There's so much stuff around there to do. Still the puzzles in the gallery. The Hall of Mirrors. Wait. Ovid Never must be the old language or whatever it is. Also, I'm looking for a different wall that I can break through in one of the outside rooms. Let's check if it's in raiding. I'm not sure. Doesn't look like it. Can I do anything else here? Doesn't look like it. Well, maybe I'll be able to get some stuff out of it later down the runs, or this run. If only I've got the thing that I wanted. But at the same time, I guess I can grab some stuff out of here. Oh, okay, great start. Oh, that's what they're trying to tell me. There's another cross in the laundry. I would love to get more rare ones. Also, here we have a pawn. I feel like I've got to start another list of stuff. Pawn. What's that? Solarium. What do we have? Pawn. Knight. Bishop. Rook. Queen. King. Do we have anything, any chess pieces in there? Okay, suppose we're gonna be reading through this one. Marion Marigold. Graciously gifted by me? All we needed was to find a new clue. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. If he knew what to do, he'd likely tell you. We are looking for a new clue too. About 8. He had retracted his sketches and studied the files, reviewed all the cases and gone through the piles. The evidence present and precedents evident and retraced his steps as it stretched on for miles. He had looked high and low in all of the rooms. He had searched every corner in search of the tombs. In this particular case, he had checked every space. He had found any clue. He'd know what to do. He looked and looked on the beds and in nooks. He questioned the maids, he questioned the cooks. It was already over when he spoke to the chauffeur. He told him new clues were found only in books. So tomb after tomb that the library loaned, and the books that he already owned, were searched from their covers all the way through. Found any clue, he'd know what to do. Tender cipher Luna renamed Draft the Sixes. Uncle A. He changed all the letters in the lines that he found. He checked all the colors of the spines that were bound. He doubled the meanings of each seasonal greeting and found that the diction of each word was sound. Mary, Gates, right. Lore, word, your name, draft the sixes, sixted extras, the fixed, dead end. He stayed up all night and studied the maps. He laid out the floor plans and measured the gaps. And if his directory was considered a trajectory, it was nothing short of a full mental lapse. That's each stop. The suspect is minor, the suspect is major. A man obsessed and cuckoo too, they would say as he would wander through. This medicine is not yet evidence. If he found any clue, he'd know what to do. And having read this book so many times, having scarred over each of the cryptic lines, have you exhausted your search? Have you seen all the signs? Stop. I need the magnifying glass here. Or is there perhaps something new, something overlooked but now in view? Have you finally found it? Could it truly be true? Is it a new clue? You know what to do. The suspect is Aiki. We call it a Can I see what they do? If you call it a day while wearing the moon pendant, you will start tomorrow with 2 of the items in your inventory. Okay, I would love to have this. I'll draft a numero. Take the first 3 floor plans you draw. You do not have to pay the gem cost of floor plan. Okay, this one's amazing. Silver spoon. Whenever you gain steps from eating, gain twice that many steps. That one's great as well. Really? Did they have the numbers this whole time? Three, 4. I do need the gallery as well. Okay, that was a waste. Also, let me check the upstairs. I think that's it. Great, it was here. Holy. I want to get there. May 8th. Dear Barrett Sinclair, to begin, my name is Worth Lode. My father used to work for your father. Right Honorable Baron Thomas Sinclair between the years of 1915 and 1919, the former having died last month, the advanced old age of 89. May he sleep in soot and ash. He left behind his widow, 7 children, and 30 odd grandchildren. I write to you today, however, not to inform you of these family affairs of little consequence, but to tell you a little bit about my father. He lived his life lowering above us, towering, in solemn silence like many members of his and yours father's generation. He never spoke of the work he did in the mountains of Reddington, or the famous estate in which he was stationed. He never spoke of the Baron, not once. I tell you this only to relate that he never betrayed the confidence your father placed in him. The secrets he kept for your family, he took with him underground. His elderly comrades and colleagues from his old mining outfit proved, however, to be not nearly as discreet and considerate with their words. During the wake, fueled by a seemingly endless supply of spirits, this venerable gentleman embarked on a journey down memory lane, recounting as much of the good old days as they could dredge up. While such reminiscence might typically be dismissed as the fanciful ramblings of age, the volume and specificity of their accounts lend a certain evidence to their words. Now, I'm not a presumptive man. I don't presume these stories to be true. I don't presume your house is host to secrets of this magnitude. Yet I find myself irresistibly drawn to the idea of sharing these tales. True or not, they seem, after all, stories worthy of being heard. I wonder if my current abundance of idle time fuels this urge. Perhaps I have too much time on my hands. Perhaps one were to engage me in some worthwhile and profitable enterprise, my eagerness to pass the time by telling stories would be cursed. I eagerly await a response from your lordship. We're not blind to the irony of blackmailing you for blackmail letter, and we're not proud to join the endless procession of those who have knocked on your mailbox looking for a handout, particularly so when our methods lack the refined sophistication and class that this author so effortlessly builds. Treasure trove. For each time you have drafted treasure trove. Like each time. Yeah, completely each time. They do have the amount of times you draft them on the map. I knew what we were looking at as soon as we uncovered the first spire, but it wasn't until the first floor plan was unearthed that most of the crew realized the ruins were exhuming. The border was the same pitch as the soundless cavern we found it in, a dark trimmed floor plan, fil-fated Orindia. We had found an authentic black print. The sooner we seal this site back up, the better for us all. Oh, black print means it's from the old country. Let me go through these for a bit. Don't tell me that actually weak wall is visible on the root cellar from the beginning. Well, I guess I'll still have to check out. Well, I didn't find anything inside the tomb. Maybe I were able to lock out everything inside the vault with the power hammer. Wait, this means I should be able to get there. Didn't never went there? I feel like I should have. And you tell me I didn't? The only problem is that I'll have to rotate it many times. Next time I'll wanna do that again. Entry level, dock level, full drain. Oh. Okay, gotcha. These move. Wait, how the heck do I move them? Down then? Oh. I suppose that was not supposed to happen? So yellow move up only, it seems. Wait. It's like this then? Okay, a little bit more of allowance. After 10 days of plumbing water up from the underground spring, the reservoir has finally been filled. It's a shame that the old station had to be flooded as a consequence of this action, but I suspect there may have been an actual reason they chose to build the reservoir here, and as an engineer, I agree that flooding is preferable to collapsing the entire tunnel. On the bright side, now that the water supply is no longer limited, we can start to leverage steam to a much greater extent, I suspect. By this time next month, the steam-powered hoists at the main site will be able to run 24 hours a day. It's really funny to see the fact that I actually estimate the amount of the water level I need to go to the station, to the safe house. Where was my map of all of this place? Yeah, what's going on today? Sale, great. Freaking amazing. I'm kinda curious, what if I'm not gonna... What if I'm not gonna look at the Draxus whenever it's there? Will I not have no need to look at it? Well, there's... Well, since I've never seen this one, let's see what's inside here. Okay, there can be gems. And letters. If you're reading this, that means Junie made it home safely. I imagine he's going to be quite tired after such a long flight to make sure he gets some rest and rest. School's going well through. I miss you terribly. Unfortunately, even though the dean gave me permission to keep my birds here on campus, I'm afraid it's getting a bit too cold for them as the semester marches on, so I've made the decision to send them all home before the winter month arrives. All that to say, I expect some more letters soon. 0901. This should be the 5th letter you've received from me this month. Actually, start writing down the numbers, the dates as well. Oh, 0929. Let me check. It should be the 5th letter you've received from this month, though I'm satisfactorily very unlikely that very soon one of my flock has found their way home. And please, please don't tell me if they didn't arrive. It's going to be hard enough now that I am truly on my own. In other news, my classes have been engaging I'm slowly making friends, so please ignore the dramatic despair of my previous letter. Things are indeed looking brighter, but I still maintain that 3 years is too long a time to be away from home. Thank you so much for a gift of the wedding dose, whom I of course recognized immediately. And yes, I got the hint. But here's your letter. I know it's long overdue. The Mayhew life suits me, I think. What the heck is Mayhew? That's not Mayhew. What's that then? Unless it's another old word. Suits me, I think. Not that I didn't love Mount Holly, of course, but after years of being confined in a tiny dormitory, I guess I do need the dormitory. Small place Daniel and I have picked out of Reddington feels more like a stately manor. Once I've finished unpacking and setting everything up, I'll insist that you're making an exception to your reclusive lifestyle to come share the meal and admire our somewhat less impressive but much more personal view of the town. Thanks again for your card, Mary. We are returning east and should arrive on Thursday. If coast is not clear, lower the SD to warn us. So if I'm gonna find the shovel, I will revisit this place. Because there's so many holes. Let's go to the fountain. I'll be back in a minute. Wait, really? Well, let's go through here then. Don't tell me I'm not gonna be able to use it. I've never noticed the lack of any buttons here. Let's grab a coin or two. Because I do need the freaking spyglass, magnifying glass. Right, I wanted to look at the book, but let's leave it for the later. Can I get a shovel, please? No. It would be great to drop it right here. Honestly. I've never seen you. Why? Nine. 20. It's either 4 or 16. It is the letter. 22 by 2, 4, 4, 16 again. Damn it. Let's drop another one here. Any items? No? So much steps wasted, unfortunately. Anything on the floor in here? Right, at the very least I'm gonna go through the book again. I can magnify it. Like that maybe will be needed. Dead cases, lavatory, cloister, attic, furnace, solarium, corner cases, parlor, patio, nook, office, library, pantry. Suspect list: Rose Belly, age 50, Richard Scott, age 12. What? How the heck suspects can be age 12 and 50? Front Mayford, 32, Sandra Dillo, 14, Bowley, 16, Charles Riscal, 12, Christoph Clark. Seen all the red signs, dead and major key, X, Y, Z, A, B, C. Assume page count starts on title pages. Red. Page A, word X. Page C, word A, violet. Page B, word A, Y. Blue. Page Z, word X. What exactly are you talking about? Well, this is the metro map. Also, Solarium is not of this stuff. It's a thing of itself, since I saw it on the draft before. Let's try the items. Okay, we have a spawn in walk-in closet as well. Oh, here's the fourth item. Do I really want to go all the way over there to check these two? Let's stop on Solarium Aquarium, I suppose, for the gems. I do not have a lot of Mechanicum ones, so we'll have to spend the gems. Oh shit. Would have been really amazing if I've got all of them. Oh, come on, not a single gem, really? I still don't have the shovel. Even though the treasure is literally here. At the very least, there's a key. Okay, I've got 0901. Oh, 0929. Okay, I also had June 15th. At some point. Unless you gotta use the stupid American system. Well, none of my dates fit. also had this from somewhere. Maybe I've got to check the electronic emails. October 5th, for example, which would be of 510 in proper system. And 10:05 in the wrong one. October 7 also is 7th is also possible. Okay, next mail, October 8th. Really, we're going through all the October. And November 1st. So 0810. Ten 08. Not this either. Let me go through the documents that I have. Oh, right, the birth certificate. That would be the easiest one, I guess. You know what? There's actually some dates on the books that were taken. Let's leave the freaking safes. Okay, I have a question. Did I read the Realm and Rune? I feel like I haven't yet. I have one exit left. And we're locked. Okay, let's get an item from the showroom at the very least. That saves some of my items, I think. I wonder if we can, if there is a possibility of starting with the moon pendant. Can I use the moon pendant in the workshop? Suppose I can't. But I actually can. Interesting. The crown I cannot use. 27 stars, 28 coins. Shopping center. Yeah, there was a lot of stuff. Don't forget to grab the freaking money. Sledgehammer, running shoes. Okay, that's kinda good. Could have been better, could have been worse, I suppose. Well, now I need the shovel. And maybe kennels? But I have many dates. Why not, I guess. use the chapel exit. Car keys. Let's go here actually. Oh wait, I've gotta have it on to fuse for the fuse to go off. But at the very least, the dark room is basically harmless for me now. And I have access to the outside now. Okay, let's check if there's anything else. Oh, lockpicks. Really? And box is true. The two boxes are false. That's possible. The other two boxes are empty. That depends. Okay, let's imagine these ones. Oh, they contradict each other. Okay, so these should be false, false, and this one will be true one. I need the commissionary. Oh, the shovel? Hopefully. This actually looks like that the final path is gonna be open somehow, and I'll be able to solve all of this. And I will get to the castle that I saw from the top. Problem is I don't have sigils yet. Kitchen, why not? Do you have anything here on the floor? No. Can I have a shovel in the courtyard, please? Thanks. Well, maybe I shouldn't dig right away, actually. Okay, let's go with the spare one for now. Oh, that's great. That's also pretty neat since I do have the sledgehammer. Oh, that's amazing. Now I need security room. Oh. Yeah, let's go for the stars. That's a little bit too late. Okay, maybe that's not really that bad. Okay, maybe that's actually amazing. Oh, is it really? I would have been able to use that one. Holy, that's a lot of... Really? You don't have the stuff to shower this cool flowers? why not actually? Yeah, it's a little bit far, isn't it? Okay, let's actually check something from the courtyard. Maybe I'll get some spread. Yeah, a spread like this, for example, that's gonna give me a surplus amount of gems, hopefully in the conference room. Oh, right, I can actually go outside and knock through everything inside the root cellar. I can build another house with all these bricks. Okay, let's go through the codes again. Whoops. 0929. 2909. You mean this? I don't know, unpacking this safe? It's like on 7th January or something. Nope. Wait, I feel like I already had this one. Really, I cannot lockpick it with even with the stuff on my hands? Should I go with the dead end over here? It's gonna be really amazing if I'm gonna lock myself out. Well, I can easily unlock this one. think maybe I'm gonna get some mail. Should I try and play my way here? I do not have a vault key. Though it would have been easier to go. Well, okay, let's build the way there. And maybe let's try to earn some money. Great start. Yeah, shouldn't have done that, but I was hoping for a clover. All the clovers are right over here. Right, nothing to nothing. God damn it. Okay, I do need the nets right now. But the game's not gonna give it. Okay, it's gonna give me it this time. And I feel like we're just about to get everything back. Okay. Can I have another X2? No, I can't. Unfortunate. Can I have a freaking clover? Right now. Nope. I would go for the roulette if I had 100 coins on me. I already did manage it to do once. And I've also tried to roll the one with the broken lever, but I feel like because of the additional rolls you're just losing more. Oh, come on, where's the snake when you need one? There it is. And there's no such thing as 3 crowns. But there's 4. Oh, damn it. No snakes again. Yeah, I feel like I'm not gonna be winning this one. Unfortunately. I feel like rolling for the 4th crown only worth it if there's already like 3 of them. And no snakes. Okay, that's nice at the very least. That's pretty generous as well. Okay, can I get the net this time? That's a lot of snakes. And no nuts. That's how it is. Okay, we got some. We can try to increase it. No, not for Fulston. So many snakes. Yeah, I guess I'm not running for the roulette. Because the first one I've got the 100 coins here. I did roll it on the simple one, not on this one. I also was hoping that the fix is gonna be permanent, but alas, it wasn't. It was my experiment bedrooms. Really? At the very least, I've got a letter. Maybe I'm gonna get some interesting stuff out of it. And that's basically it, I guess. I like how any manor turns into an archaeological dig site whenever you dig a lot. Okay, let's see what's outside today. I think there's nothing else inside the hall. Same goes for the schoolhouse. I guess I would love to get some kind of a blessing. Let's see what I'll get. For each different type of spread that you do each day, add an extra dish to the dining room. It's kinda late game oriented one. And I guess since I've spent all the coins there, let's collect the coins inside the fountain. Should I start with it? Maybe. Would be great if I'm gonna get the closets right about now. Thanks. And a silver key. Let's get the star bonus. Diamonds, another diamond. That's apples. That's doors. I don't remember what the heck's this. Oh, that's what it is. I do not have neither the keys or the sledgehammer. Oh. Cloister this early? Let's save it for later, maybe. Let's try to get the stuff from here. What do we have here? Must have... And I don't have enough for anything else. Well, I guess I'm gonna get some. Okay, now the trunks are no problem. Running around, no problem. Maybe I should get a buff out of there. Maybe the sleeping mask. Oh, car keys again. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, shit. What to freaking do? I feel like it's not really a big problem if I'm gonna lose half my steps. And losing a key is gonna be a little bit more problematic. This is not an option, but I also can redraw. Let's try. Yeah, why not, I guess. Oh, we have something in here. Okay. That's where we can find the keys. Great choice. Okay, maybe it's not as bad as I was already starting to think it was. The only problem is that it's the only green room. Because of that, I'm not gonna get a lot of stuff out of it. I feel like I haven't seen the Alzara for quite some time, so let's grab another fortune telling.
And, as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. Faintly in the mist, I see a figure. A statue cradled in a courtyard of sentinel stone.
I don't think I saw this one.
One day wandering these paths, walking in the footsteps of the
I
past,
definitely wasn't there.
wandering and waiting, searching for a shadow that will never be cast, longing for the day to end, the hours to pass.
It's like train station, maybe.
What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
This one isn't even more confusing than the previous ones. Can I get a shovel out of the secrets garden? Oh, this one's on the left. I'm yet to visit the central even. Oh, that's an item as well. Yeah, I suppose a little bit more beating place. Oh, that's where a coin is. But let's not lose the gems. Let's go the other way. So there's something on the sides here or there. And here it seems. Yeah, let's go for the keys, I guess. Right. Well, let's go all the way back to the chapel then. And maybe collect some fruits. Oh, there's a banana here. Is this a Stardew wall where I can break through it? Kinda looks like you can get there. At the very least, like there's enough space in there. Okay, that one's amazing. Let's actually go with you. Especially since I have the courtyards. But I have no freaking shovel. build so many courtyards right now. God damn it. Oh, but I would love the utility closet as well. But that would be the first mechanical room. That would suck. Finally, a shovel. We can start digging. Let's go for the archives, I guess. Okay. Oh. That's the second one that I've been missing. My type of room. As architects know that designing a building is a complex and multifaceted process. From the layout to the details, every decision we make can have a significant impact on the final result. Perhaps that's why we've been looking for ways to improve our craft and refine our ideas. In this edition of Drafting Strategy, we're excited to introduce a useful concept that can take your designs to the next level: room subtypes. Previously explored the use of colored floor plans to categorize the basic kinds of rooms. In this issue, we will be examining architectural symbols that can be used to further classify and differentiate the types of rooms in your house. These symbols provide the draftsman with a visual way to indicate the purpose and function of a room. Whether it's a designed workplace, a utility control room, or a conundrum, these subtype symbols can communicate the intended use of a room at a quick glance. By including these symbols on their floor plans, architects can make it easier for contractors and builders to understand their vision and bring it to life. But the benefits of floor plan categorization go beyond just clarity. By understanding and identifying subtypes, architects can craft strategies that surpass the surface-level simplistic approaches commonly used by inexperienced drafters. Drafting rooms have floor plans that affect the draft pool. The drafting process. As such, they are spaces that are often designed for activities related to academic pursuits and research. Some of their common features include floor plan redrawing, draft pool manipulation, and rarity adjustment. As students of the art of drafting, aspiring architects can greatly benefit from the knowledge, experience, and learning opportunities that these rooms offer. A class of its own, academia isn't only found in the mountain of Korerica. Classroom is a great example of the holistic strategies that this room type has to offer. Not only does it provide synergy with other drafting rooms, but it's also a valuable source of information and knowledge. You know, the classrooms you'll find will fall under one of 8 different grades, ranging from first grade to the culmination of your academic journey, grade 8. However, there are rumors of an additional annexed classroom at Mount Holly Elementary used solely for exams and student testing, but finding it has been near impossible as it requires drafting more than 8 classrooms. Do I need to draft them on the house first and then go back to the elementary outside? Shifting gears, far from the pristine white pages of academia, the mechanical world is a rugged industrial space, marked by the symbol of the gear and stained with the grime of heavy machinery. These floor plans prioritize function over aesthetics, and the design of each mechanical room reflects this focus on efficiency. These rooms serve as the command center for state operations, housing the control systems that keeps everything running smoothly. Three-way room split ducts, 3 ways. Boiler room is known as a power source because it provides steam power to various rooms in the house. Steam is conveyed room to room via ducts that run across the ceiling. And power can be transmitted across great distances as long as you continue to string together rooms that contain power ducts. So when you're in a room, look up. There might be a duct. To know drafting from a door that is steam powered will increase the likelihood of drawing rooms with ducts. No, I did not know that. Some rooms offer long-term benefits rather than immediate resources. These floor plans, known as tomorrow rooms, are considered as an investment for the future, and they offer the forward-thinking architects a number of strategies that will pay dividends down the road. Strategic planning is critical to true success, and knowing when to forsake the current day's progress to set yourself up for a prosperous future and critical decision that each architect will encounter. This better exemplifies setting yourself up for tomorrow at the expense of today than freezer. But drafters who may not want to totally abandon their current day's progress will be pleased to know there are a few clever ways to manipulate frozen assets. Enter in furnace or sauna after drafting. Freezer will thaw any frozen gems or gold you are carrying, and you will once again be able to use them. However, if you still wish your accounts to carry over to the next day, you will have to freeze your assets again by re-entering freezer. If furnace is drafted within a few ranks of freezer, then the temperature will start rising and everything will melt, including your assets. If the temperature gets too high, refreezing will no longer be possible. Plans. Any architect who loves a challenge inevitably ends up drafting a few puzzle rooms in their house. These floor plans marked only with a single enigmatic jigsaw piece, like accompanying text and explanations, seem to suggest that even understanding the room's function is part of the puzzle. Some puzzle rooms, like parlor and billiard room, become increasingly difficult as you solve them, evolving over time as you progress. Spreading your wings. The final type of room we will cover in this issue is the spread room. These floor plans enable the architect to spread out items among many rooms. When items are spread out, items among many rooms. When items are spread, they are only placed in currently active rooms in the house. Number of items that are spread is determined by the number of rooms on your estate. Waiting until your house is bigger will provide larger spreads. Strategies that employ spread rooms are often centered around travel and backtracking. I want to use this segment to thank all our readers for the wonderful mail and feedback we've received after we sent out our very first issue of Drafting Strategy. It's incredibly rewarding to create something that is appreciated. It's even more rewarding to know that somewhere out there a young architect is reading our magazine and getting inspired to build something of his own that may one day in turn inspire others. When I was a child, I vividly remember the experience of reading the memoirs of the court's grand architect, Louisa T. Rayland. To say it changed me is an understatement. It had a profound effect on the way I view the world and the spaces within it. We each drove our own dreams as a child, faint sketches on blurry blueprints, legible to all, especially ourselves, and our purpose. Why it is found hidden in the floor plans of our youth. Anything else? Another pawn inside the dormitory. Let's try it. Oh, okay, that's great. Will I be able to go through here if this one's closed? Okay, let's open it. Let's get the additional gems back. Let's try to go get the crown. Oh, I have the key card actually. Shit. I needed to wait. I also gotta grab the gems here first. Let's see what I'm missing. Fruits, key, coins, trunk, but the trunk is inside the shrine? Do I have the shrine right now? I feel like I forgot to order some stuff on some of my previous runs. Did it just stop for no reason? Well, this one still working. Not these two for some reason. Okay, let's go with the experiments. Maybe I'm gonna get something out of them. Let's go with this, I guess. The only problem is that I'm not gonna be spending anything on the green rooms. Opens all normal doors. Chronograph. While drafting, you may rewind time after drawing the floor plans. You are more likely to draw tomorrow rooms while drafting. Right. Well, time to go to the parlor, I suppose. Was I missing a shovel when I was here? I feel like I was. As well as here. No, let's go to the parlor. This box is empty. That's possible. The box with a false statement is empty. That's also possible. There are two false statements. This can be either. This one can be there as well, honestly. There are two false statements. This can be either as well. But hopefully it's gonna be the white one then. Now I've got to get back to the ballroom. I suppose I can just simply use the key here. Oh. Right. Fire, flame, wheat, grain. What else, I wonder? Wait, why is it like that? I thought I was trying to rotate it differently. I feel like it means something. Herbert, I was distraught to learn that you have chosen to omit the details of our dear Marion's disappearance. Public records. So it is no surprise to me that the royal court would want this embarrassment kept as quiet as possible, but I am shocked that you have so little regard for your niece. Lay the king's scullion and stoop to kissing the foot that treads upon her memory. She gave up her family, her fortune, and her life. All you can do is think of your name. I never had a family name nor fortune of my own. I cannot personally condemn you for faltering in your commitment to make the same sacrifices she did. But for the love of God, do not buy that same display of weakness. Clutch your petty assets so tightly that you undermine the cause that she forfeited everything to further. Our countrymen must be made aware of the price she paid and must be made to see the color of the flag she flew as she rode into the darkness of 100 nights. To deny her story is to deny her life. By not your silence, you bless this betrayal, our son. If through your silence you bless this betrayal, our son Simon, your heir, will inherit a fortune of lies and will spit upon your grave when he learns of your cursed foolishness. Needless to say, we will not be coming for Christmas this year. Not the item I was looking for, honestly. Oh. Right in the middle. Dark room. Okay. Kinda curious if we can dig through the dark room. There's actually missing another one in veranda and the showroom. I don't need any keys. It's a little bit of a letdown that I do not have any vault keys though. Also, it seems like the keys have the gems have disappeared. Unfortunately. Okay, let's go back to the dark room. Maybe I'll be able to get the... What's the name of that stuff? The treasure out of that room. And maybe I'll be able to buy some stuff for the next run. I think that... yeah, the moon pendant's gonna... oh well. Let's get the steps just in case. Why are there no pictures in this room though? Also, what are the pictures in this one? Chef Chief. Okay, I do remember this one. Ah, damn it, I forgot about this place again, and there are no pictures because it's an outside room like this. Do we have any chess pieces in here? Kinda looks like a pawn, but I suppose it isn't one. So even though it's completely dark, I can still start digging. Maybe I should revisit the commissary then. Oh, I guess I've got all of them. Okay, let's try another run. One last run for today. Garden Cathedral, because of these three. The cathedral part. Okay, we can actually maybe try the shelter instead. Do you have any cracks on the walls? No, doesn't seem like it. Oh. I actually do not remember if I've picked that one before or not. Let's see how quick I'm gonna be able to get the freaking laboratory. And its experiments. Please, can I get the closet right now? Would be an amazing start. But no. At the same time, sledgehammer is always welcomed. Oh, okay, that's amazing. Shovel on the first pull. Okay, this one's great as well. I wonder if it affects the stuff I'm gonna try to dig out. Or not. what we can buy today. Okay, this one's actually not that bad, I suppose. Key, apple, sale? Great. Got the sale right after spending money. Well, okay, I've got the money back, I suppose. Okay, let's try the office. Maybe these mails? November 1st, 11:01. Stupid US system. What's the other one? Why the heck it's cut off? October 7th. Wasn't there a picture of somebody before? See you next time. Okay, so now when the safes are open, you actually get some resources out of them from time to time. feel I should visit the observatory. Well, I actually suppose just should visit all of that all the way back. Just for the sake of coins and maybe progress at the lower ranks. It's not like I'm gonna lose the progress over here. Don't tell me I've got this special key from the previous lunar stuff. Run. Okay, this is actually great. Wait, I need this on. Hey, since I have the shelter, I was sheltered. The Black Bridge, Redford, Evelyn. The legend of Black Bridge is one that's well known to the people of the Grand Realm. Versions of this tale have been passed down from generations to generation. Each new telling, the story has changed, becoming over the years more colorful, more verbose, and, as one might expect, increasingly horrifying. However, with so many renditions and unique personal touches, the task is of confirming and building this tale to text seemed as ambitious and impossible challenge. In the course of my research, I have heard dozens of variations of the legend, and while the details would often change, I was surprised how much of the story's heart remained the same. Yet the more I listened, the clearer it became that there could never be a definitive version of this tale capable of capturing all the wonder and myth of Black Bridge. In the end, I choose to write down what felt the most authentic, the story my grandmother told me as a boy long ago. A berry picker from Oris. Holy, that's a load. Many years ago, before peace had become a familiar word, There lived a group of rogues so wayward that the locals wait, appropriate call them their number the Unholy Hounds. They were feral outlaws composed of society's worst at a time when society was at its worst. For each crime, the fearful travelers credited to the group a dozen more lay unclaimed, each worse than the last. For the gentry, however, who often valued their coffers more than their companions, no crime could measure more wicked than the group's primary enterprise, high road robbery. One such member of this so-called band of rogues was a boy of 13 years, Jasper, who had not been lucky in life, having lost two brothers to law and parents to famine. In the years of hunger that allowed, Jasper lived in a gutter behind a churchyard, relying on the nourishment of scouring bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of the alleyway to sustain his pitiful existence. It is not surprising that a child aiming to escape such hardship would take an easy road out, an easy and well-traveled road paved with temptations, leading out of the city and into the Gendrylands, where loose purse strings entwined with the strands of salvation glisten equally with the hope of opportunity. It was this road that eventually led Jasper to the end of his youth, a hidden cave at the bottom of Black Bridge Canyon. It was here that he met his surrogate family and saviors, a notorious gang of godless outlaws known as the Unholy Hounds. Despite the hardened circumstances that had led him to this vocation of banditry, Jasper was surprisingly tender-hearted and was often teased by the group for being too kind for such an ignoble life. For this reason, Jasper was assigned the innocent role of berry picker. It was not just innocence that set berry picking apart from the gang's more wicked undertakings, but it was the only duty performed without the safety of night's concealment. Jasper, no stranger to solitude, did not protest that he alone worked while the others slept soundly. Tucked away in the cave at the bottom of Black Bridge Canyon. On one such occasion, Jasper decided to get an early start. He left the cave, a basket in hand, and set out into the woods before the morning sun had even brushed against the tallest treetops. It was colder in the mornings, but the headway dawn afforded meant Jasper could reach the furthermost berry patches without worry of being chastised for tarrying upon his return. It took over 3 hours on foot to reach his destination. And along the way, Jasper had passed by many a familiar bush and priorly pillaged and so bereft of berries that one would have dedicated several moments of resignation before finding a single one. Jasper was patient, but even patience has its limits. He was confident that even accounting for the time lost to his long stretch of travel, his efforts would be well worth the pains. Surveying the patches in this new grove surprised even Jasper. The red dots suspended among the leaves seemed as numerous as stars in the skies. Upon seeing such a bounteous sight, he clutched his berry basket tightly and nearly toppled over out of joy. Once he had regained his senses, Jasper quickly made a decision. He would not reveal the location of this newfound treasure. Instead, he would earn the respect of his confederates, who, upon seeing his yield, might attribute the success to hard work. Smiling at his plan, Jasper set off to fill his basket and was making steady strides in his task when the sound of thundering hooves interrupted him. A carriage is approaching. The thought of it made Jasper freeze. Had he been so enchanted by his discovery that he had neglected to observe his surroundings? How could a roadway be so close? He ducked down and crept towards an impeding sound, hiding behind one of the larger bushes nearby. Slowly, a moment more before the sound's source revealed itself. Within 50 paces of where Jasper hid, an elegant carriage with gold trim came soaring around the corner of trees, led by two beautiful white horses and conveyed by a stern-looking driver seated atop the vehicle, flaunting the most sophisticated regalia Jasper had ever seen. It was not just any carriage, it was a royal carriage. Even without even having witnessed such a sight before, Jasper was certain. The sight had so transfixed Jasper that he stood awestruck, unable to tear away as the carriage approached. The concealment the bush provided was soon proven unequal to the driver's lofty perch. And upon spotting the boy, he pulled the reins with such effect that the noble steed slid to a sudden halt with precise control. "You boy, get out from behind that bush," he shouted with a rigidity that betrayed a modest amount of fear. "You startled me half to death, coming round the bend of my own drive and me seeing such an unfamiliar face in a place where there ought not be any face." Jasper quickly contemplated running. The man was much older and his dress was suitable for courtly behavior, not dashing through the bramble and mud. I was picking berries." Jasper raised the half-fitted basket up to allow the driver to see the proof of his words. The demeanor of the man suddenly changed. It was a change that Jasper was familiar with. He had many times seen the same stern expression on the most fiendish bandits melt away when presented with a berry basket. Any suspicions that the driver might have had instantly evaporated, or even the notion of a member of the Holy Hounds picking berries seemed farcical. The softened expression even made allowances for a smile. "Berries, eh? Say you couldn't have picked a better spot for them, could you? I used to pick berries here as a boy." Jasper took his cue to finally step forward out from behind the bush, proudly brandishing his basket. "I know, and what luck I found them. I've only just begun picking, and look how many I have. It would have taken me fourfold the time back home to proceed this number." To procure this number, the driver bent down for a closer look. "And where is your homeboy?" "It wasn't quite far." Jasper required a skeptical response. "A little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burned woods." "My God, that is far. He couldn't have come all the way only this morning." It was true. Tanner Fork was in the exact opposite direction that Jasper had traveled. While the response would seem perfectly reasonable in the location closer to Blackbridge Canyon, he could see why it might seem less believable here. "Sir, I have traveled much farther for much less profit. I dare say there is no distance yet made by man that would not be worth undertaking for a price such as this. Surely you have tasted them for yourself?" Jasper felt happy with this response as it seemed to amplify the man's smile. "My youth often, but perhaps I took it for granted because I never had to travel very far. And even then, my father would always drive us here in our carriage, so I'm ashamed I never had to walk such a stretch to earn an equal reward." It was Jasper's time to smile. "Then let my efforts reward us both today." He raised the basket even higher. "A taste in memory of your youth, sir." The driver chuckled and removed one glove, bending over the seat to reach down for the basket. And at the moment his fingers touched the first berry, the dagger in turn met his throat, cutting through a superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. Jasper caught the man's startled eyes. "And for that taste I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth." The driver's arm had gone stiff, his chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. But unable to or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think that his jaw could afford to be engaged. This particular time, Jasper let the basket drop, clearing his other hand to probe the man's pockets. "Don't mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you give me no cause. Though I admit the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you the indignity of walking appeals to me." Unable to find a purse in the man's coat, Jasper pouted to search the seat under him. "I have no purse upon your person." The driver slowly raised his hand cautiously, pointing towards the carriage door behind him. Jasper lowered the knife's edge a small degree to allow the man to speak. He did in turn softly. "There's a lockbox in the carriage." "Well, come down then, and grant me the courtesy of sparing your life and binding your hand. a concession, I assure you of my tender heart, or it would be much easier to slit your throat. The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself from the driver's seat of the carriage. Once down, Jasper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree where he instructed him to get on his knees and put his hands behind his back. Executing experience, the man indulged Jasper while he figured out how to adequately bind him. The smile and kindness Jasper had seen on the man's face, now nothing more than a distant memory. Their place cold, dark, eyes displaying no emotion. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me? Jasper stopped, surprised by the question, but ignored it. Secured the final bindings, and then hastily returned to the carriage. With a hand on the door's handle, he turned back to the man. If there is no lockbox, there will be no clemency. Inside the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept, a stark contrast to the elegant and polished golden facade of the exterior. Apparently been many years since a passenger had enjoyed passage in this vehicle. This all but confirmed that what Jasper had suspected. The driver of this carriage was not a liveried servant of the employ of some greater master. Any curiosity that his observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested under the carriage backseat. Large wooden lockbox. Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easy to handle. Within a few minutes, Jasper had dislodged it from its hold and carried it out into the sunlight. Inspecting the box carefully, 2 observations were made. Metallic symbols found carved on all 4 sides of the box hinted that the box was very old and likely not created by Orindian hands. Artifacts from the old world and was presumably crafted in one of the ancient realms. Secondly, the box was secured by a rusted yet robust padlock. It would not open easily without a key. Jasper looked over to see the drivers quietly observing from his indentured position. Do you perhaps have a key you can provide me to open the box? Without emotion, the driver replied, there is no key to that box. Jasper stood up. Easy enough then. He headed over to the nearby rock of sizable dimensions and lifted the stone up, carrying it back to the box. There was ever a time when the lock has been resistant to brute force. It wasn't recent. With one hit, the stone had completely shattered the rusted lock. He bent back down and opened the lid. Inside was an effigy, crude figure chiseled from stone. Without too much deliberation, Jasper bent down and picked it up. Somewhat surprised how heavy it seemed given how light the box had felt, having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems. He looked questioningly to the man, hoping to find an explanation. Travis' smile had once again returned. You are cursed, boy, for deadly is the stone. You have opened that which would never have been opened, and you are cursed. Jasper carried the effigy over to the man and showed it in front of his face. What is it? That's one. Feeling his disappointment rising into anger now, Jasper tightened his grip on the effigy. One what, you mumbling Iantor? Another old world word, it seems. And in God's name, why have you no purse upon your person? The man did not seem intimidated. 1 pace, he paused for effect. 12 more, and you will be dead. He only had a second to flinch before the effigy struck him in the head and put an end to his cryptic ramblings. If there was ever a time when the old man had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. Jasper looked down at the sculpted stone figure, now splattered red. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? I had heard the stories of cursed and had never doubted their validity in the past, but now that he had standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed, his mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. And if he was cursed, what difference would the knowledge make? A dozen more paces would not be enough to find another living soul, to say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. He did not move from where he now stood. He could live maybe another 3 or 4 days, maybe more, given the abundance of nearby berries. A plant that, if we ignore its obvious faults, might provide additional opportunities for help to come along. But what good would that do to be discovered here, beside the body? Stolen goods in hand, blotted from berries, and raving about a curse that could very well not be real. No, it would most certainly be better to face one's fate now, take a dozen paces, and see if life goes on. But Jasper found his legs unable to move that first step. His mind was unable to convince his limb to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked about him for a solution, and if by some stroke of luck the gods had heard his plea, a miracle materialized before him as if he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. 2 white horses and a carriage of golden trim were beside him, the answer to his immediate prayers. He laughed at his fortune and calculated the short number of paces back to the road. 4. Perhaps only 3 if he jumped. He made a quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking the plunge. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat, as that appeared to be one of some value, but the additional risk of undertaking such a task too great to chance. And so, after a profound breath, he took his second, third, and fourth steps, though they were quite large. Seated now behind the horses, he reached for the reins, suddenly realized that he was still gripping the effigy. If the curse was real, then it would most certainly be better left here. If, on the other hand, the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal that could be made of the figure. It was, after all, found within a lockbox, whose typical function oft secures object of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of this destitution, Jasper found his mind equally reluctant to allow his hand let go. If it is cursed, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. If I die, what care have I? With that statement said aloud to the horses, seemingly, Jasper took up the reins with confidence. Miller awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person would have the cheek to awaken her in such ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up at him in the darkness, but did not say a word. He nudged her again, teasingly, and stepped back into the dim. After taking a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness of the cave, Miller remembered. She wasn't hard to watch today. Quietly collecting her things and wits, Miller turned as she left, waving to her young friend, who was more than likely already asleep. Through the cavern's main passage, careful to not wake the sleeping bandits around her. Like a hero in a book, she often mused. Quietly, she grabbed the bow from the haphazardly formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanying quiver of the darkness to assess how many arrows it held. She then walked towards the sun-drenched mouth of the cavern, ready to start her shift. Above her, in one of the few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Revia was already posted. She waved, and Revia waved back, calling out to each other was strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a gesture in the canyon was forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Revia lowered a braided rope and pointed to the ground behind her. Miller turned, following the finger, and saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. She turned back to Revia, nodded, and secured the pail to the rope. The pail went up first, and in turn, Miller followed. Revia reached across to grab the water. Miller leaned back to give her space. Much room for maneuvering in this tree post, a necessary concession for the concealment the outpost demanded. Revia tilted the pail up to her mouth, dramatically illustrating how thirsty it had been. Miller laughed silently as water poured out, splashing into Revia's face. It was a bit too daring and noisy of a joke, and had the others been around, they would have certainly been scolded for the unwarranted sound. But Miller appreciated the efforts Revia took to verbalize the silence of the morning. Had been on third watch together for over a month, and during that speechless time their friendship had grown into something special. Action wasn't surprisingly scarce among the unholy hounds. She had felt camaraderie before, of course, but intimacy never. With their elevated vantage, the girls could see both the concealed entrance of the cavern as well as a clear view of the breach that spanned across the canyon. Black Bridge was the link between the Gentrylands and the northern mountains, the overpass that connected Oris and Reddington. Could it be really close? To the city faring travelers of the realm, the bridge was an unavoidable crossing. In the day, the task was to ensure that travelers passed by without stopping. At night, the task was to ensure that they do. Like most of her band, Miller preferred the night. The biting glare of the sun might be tolerable to farmhands and bricklayers, but to a cavern-housed bandit it was a source of constant annoyance. In the day, there was no shroud to conceal her expressions, nor to hide her thoughts. She felt exposed. Revia touched her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress a biting smile, subtly shook her head in response. There were many signs that the unholy hounds used in lieu of words, but two of them had developed an extended vocabulary. Gestures quietly forged in the shared solitude of their months among the branches. She watched as Revia shifted, placing her palms flat on the floor beds beneath them. Miller knew that she was trying to say, but shook her head. A second time, it was often more fun to pretend not to understand. Revia rolled her eyes and turned away, looking back to the canyon, squinting through the leaves. The girls held still, watching and listening. It was not long until Miller too heard the sounds of approach. Revia held up two bent fingers, and a few moments later two men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in familiar uniform, long grey coats with black facing, white waistcoats, black tricorn hats. They belonged to the local patrol, the Blackguard. Although not an everyday occurrence, their presence at Blackbridge wasn't an unusual sight. It typically indicated an important traveler's impending passage across the bridge, information that the girls would promptly relay to their leaders as soon as the coast was clear. But this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years of the Unholy Hounds, she had never once seen a carriage taken in open daylight when the Blackguard was nearby. The man had nearly reached the bridge's north end when Miller heard the horses, faintly at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. Revia's eyes met Miller's. Some concern mirrored in each other's expression. These did not sound like the typical carriage cautiously approaching the bridge to cross. Instead of the familiar crunch of the highroad gravel, they heard the harsh clattering of hoofbeats against stone. Both girls quickly directed their attention downward, looking through the foliage. The sound was not coming from the highroad, but from the canyon itself. The horses were coming from below the bridge. In an instant, Miller had nocked an arrow and drawn her bow. Go! Revia had gone before the whisper had even left Miller's mouth. The young scout was already sliding down the bank below, racing toward the cave. Oh. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for numerous horses to be approaching their cave. There's only one reasonable conclusion, and the both girls had reached it instantly. The base had been compromised. This was a blackguard attack. The moment the horses came into view, Miller let loose her first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She had expected cavalry. Before she even finished processing the thought, her second arrow was in the air. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for a carriage to traverse such rough terrain. Yet she watched as the wheels jolted over the rocky riverbed. The third arrow was now in flight, and there would be no need for a fourth. The driver slammed over just moments before the vehicle jibbed into a small ditch, slamming into an embankment. The force of this sudden halt immediately shattered the front two wheels and catapulted the driver from his seat. Utterly confused now, Miller quickly glanced over his shoulder to see if any horses were also approaching from the rear. Down in the canyon, the entire horde of unholy hounds came splitting forth from the earth, as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed even more bewildered than Miller, half asleep and tripping over one another in a desperate attempt to engage an unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see Ravi among their number, the only one looking up at her. Her expression was chilling. There would be no need for a silent gesture to convey what they both now realized. They had made a mistake. The gang's chieftain, Geoffrey Harris Slasher, led the others cautiously approaching the crashed carriage like a suspicious fox would near a baited trap. There were no words exchanged as the group crept forward in customary silence. A dozen or so paces in front of the wreckage lay a far-flung driver, an arrow protruded from his broken body, and beside him a blood-stained effigy carved from stone. Miller was inconsolable. Jasper had always been her favorite, had always shadowed her in the night, clinging to the hems of her every move. The way a child tails behind an older sibling, tender-hearted, she had always called him, though deep down she had known that wasn't quite true. His appearance of gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability that emerged in the most perilous of situations. He had been a flower among the nettles of this cave, but he still had thorns honed by grim pest and 100 hands of misfortune. They buried him in the darkness in the back of one of the larger cavern rooms. He was interred with a berry basket and a silk handkerchief that he had treasured. The mysterious effigy they had found beside him served as a distinguished gravestone, a marker that stood out as somewhat special among the rows of similar swords by marking neighboring plots. No one spoke, not even in whispers. There was nothing to say. Miller awoke the next day to a tremendous shaking and rattling of the earth. A far cry from the playful nudging of the previous day. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred-up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was also in the air. The sounds of scarred footsteps and clattering feet filled the space around her. But even in alarm, the silence was louder. What was it that sounded so strange? Mila closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage. Whispers around her were getting louder, and intense voices could be heard ahead. Louder speech than she had even heard spoken in the canyon. A growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave, her eyes now open wide despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness, pulling at her. It was Ravia. To embrace, and Miller did not need to see her and to understand. Ravia placed two bent fingers against Miller's cheek. With the touch against her face, Miller felt the same sinking feeling from the previous day. Two bent fingers confirmed that Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the others. An hour or so later, the screams began. Blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Fodrick Lee of the Blackguards looked down from the ridge of the canyon to the collapsed entrance of the cave. Ah, he grinned. Now they speak. And I have a feeling that this cave was unearthed by the workers, maybe? That were hired by the Sinclair. Suppose I cannot supply any power through here. Okay, I can increase the security status. Wait, 5 keys? 5 coins? I wonder where. The laboratory somewhere. I wonder? In this very room. Okay. Hey, let's go look up the trunks. There are two true boxes. Can be either. There are two empty boxes. That one's true. This box is empty. So let's imagine that this one's a false one. Then this one's gonna be filled. If this one's true, then this one's gonna be true, and this one's gonna be empty. Yeah, looks like the initial assumption was correct. Yes, yes it was. Shit. Well, I have a shitload of steps, so whatever. Oh, and I've turned it off already as well. Oh, car keys. Would have been really perfect if I got the anything out of this place. This one requires an aquarium, if I'm not mistaken. Do I have it yet? No, I don't. There it is. Oh, the problem is that I already have to pull with the two trunks. Golden sunrise. Interesting. Never saw that one before. Why the heck the security is top right now. And I'm having problems. Let's get the keys, I guess. Oh. Does this one works as a closed trunk? Yes, it does. The green memos you find in this room will always be true? But there's nothing else! What do you mean always be true? Also, that's crown. Well, that's a crow. So, an N? Well, that's gonna be something. Let's where's the key? Oops, wrong one. Uh, really have everything. Kinda curious if it unlocks some doors outside or not. Oops. Wrong one. Wait, why the heck the doors are still locked? Do I need to visit the terminal each time? Right, I also wanted to actually solve this one. Hey, where are you going? Okay. Suppose that's a B. C P T L S M. Holy crap, I'm not gonna be able to guess it. B. That is it. The R is confusing a bit, to be fair. Let me check the others. Oh, there's a bench. Very least that's the same 8 letters. Okay, let's try to come up with something. Oh, roses on cards, stop signs, hydrants, apples, just stuff in the skies. Yeah, not that shit. And there's also P from out of friggin' nowhere. I suppose the literally similar one on the right with additional P is not better. Maybe that one was a mistake. No binary either. Not a binder. Hmm. Can be that. Oh, I don't have the letter for it. minute. Not that either. Holy hell, it's gonna take quite some time until I'll find the required word. I suppose it would have clicked if it was this. Why the fuck would I need 200 more coins? Gonna be enough for now.